on the S&P 500 index. The Dow had an up day, up 60 points, higher by 0.2%. Nasdaq down 55, drop there of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil today up 0.8%, 77.98 a barrel. 10-year yield 4.14%. The 2-year 4.35%. Gold little change, down 0.1%. 2019 for an ounce of the precious metal. Intel hard hit today after earnings. Intel shares down 11.9%. It delivered a disappointing forecast last night, renewing doubts about a long-promised turnaround at the once dominant chip maker. Again, recapping, it was a down Friday. It was an up week. On the week, the S&P up by 1.1%. Today, the S&P fell by less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really appreciate it. Well, shares of Boeing have shed more than a fifth of their value since the beginning of the year. Much of that in the wake of the near calamity on a 737 MAX 9 flight operated by Alaska Airlines earlier this month. That prompted authorities to ground the model and step up security of the company's manufacturing. And Carol, now the chorus of Boeing critics has grown louder as more top airline execs have called out the plane maker over a series of quality lapses that have upended the operations of a number of carriers.
All right, well, we've got the guy who literally wrote the book about how Boeing got to this place. Very pleased. We've been looking forward to it all week to welcome our colleague, Bloomberg News Projects and Investigations reporter, Peter Robinson. He is the author of the New York Times business bestseller, Flying Blind, the 737 MAX tragedy and the fall of Boeing. The book, by the way, a behind-the-scenes look at the dysfunction that contributed to one of the worst tragedies in modern aviation. Of course, the 2018 and 2019 crashes of the Boeing 737 MAX. Peter, Tim joining us on Zoom from our Seattle bureau.
Hey, Peter, good to have you. Look, we've been thinking about you a lot in the last few weeks because a lot of the discussion over what happened on that Alaska Airlines flight has had to do with manufacturing flaws and the culture at Boeing. And I'm wondering if anything that we've seen from Boeing this month, from the actual door plug blowing off to the grounding of the planes, to the chorus of executives venting their frustration, has any of that surprised you?
I think what happened didn't surprise me, and in my book I actually wondered what the prospects for Boeing would be if there were another MAX accident, because I wondered in the book if Boeing's reputation could survive it, and I think we're seeing the answer to that in real time. That there's real disappointment and frustration that Boeing hasn't ironed these problems out, and I wrote in the book about how the culture had shifted over many years, and it had what happened after the crashes was that the management basically remained in place. Dave Calhoun, who'd been on the board since 2009, stayed in place. So what you're hearing from many people, from Wall Street, from Congress, from employees, is that there needs to be a true shakeup of the management ranks at Boeing.
All right, just a moment, folks. We do want to bring an update on a headline. We talked earlier, a fuel tanker that was struck by a missile as it transited the Red Sea. It was the most significant attack yet by Yemen's Houthi rebels on an oil-carrying vessel. The oil tanker hit by that missile was carrying Russian fuel. So we just did want to give an update as those big tankers and those big ships are trying to navigate the Red Sea as this conflict continues on.
Let's get back to Peter Robinson, the author of the New York Times business bestseller, Flying Blind, the 737 MAX tragedy and the fall of Boeing. So Peter, you talked a little bit about the lack of a culture shift following the first two 737 MAX tragedies in 2018 and 2019. But I'm wondering how far back we have to go to understand a culture shift that happened at Boeing when it turned from a company that was really focused on engineering to one that was focused on financial engineering. When did that happen?
You have to go back a very long time, and it may seem like events from the late 90s and early 2000s cannot possibly be related to something happening now, but the aircraft business is such a long cycle business, and it takes so long for these aircraft to be developed and then produced. And what happened was that Boeing bought McDonnell Douglas, which was really the also-ran in commercial aircraft production. And many of the McDonnell Douglas executives came into high ranks at Boeing, and that included Harry Stonecipher, who'd been an executive at General Electric and was really a disciple of Jack Welch and took the approach that what matters is return on net assets, what matters is the balance sheet. And Stonecipher was actually one of the main proponents of selling off what was then called Boeing Wichita, which makes the fuselage for the 737. And the reason was that it would lower Boeing's costs. And at the time, there were many people warning Boeing that you would lose control of your production system, that you needed to have insight into what was happening at the very lowest levels of the production system. And it appears that what those people had worried about has now come to fruition, because the problems on this MAX plane were apparently, if a whistleblower who wrote on an aviation website what happened, it appears to be poor work by the supplier in the now independent company in Wichita, and rework at Boeing, and miscommunication. And Boeing lost control of its production system as it tried to sell it off and save costs.
Well, it's like a shark circling the waters, the bloody waters, those being the ones that Boeing is swimming in. And, we had a headline today about Boeing, Airbus, looking to persuade customers to return some aircraft delivery slots that it could then hand over to United. And they're basically going out, all out for the rare chance to snatch a marquee order away from Boeing. Like, it's getting nasty. So what does Boeing need to do? Does it need to be nationalized? I don't know. How are you looking at it?
I think bringing in a management team that truly puts safety and quality first, was raised with that approach. Maybe they do need to bring in a team from an entirely different company that can look at things with fresh eyes, because the team at Boeing, although it has talked a very good game since the ouster of former CEO Dennis Muhlenberg, is a team that traditionally put schedule first, and as the attention shifted away from Boeing, again, that emphasis on schedule first came to the fore at Boeing.
Peter, what about making sure an engineer is an executive at the company, is a CEO of the company? We haven't had this moment where the last few CEOs have had backgrounds that have not been engineering backgrounds. And I mean, this place used to be the gold standard when it came to American aviation, when it came to American ingenuity, when it came to American engineering. There's certainly been a brain drain. We've reported on that in the past few years out of Boeing. But what's the importance of having the person at the helm being an engineer?
Well, ironically, Dennis Muhlenberg was an engineer and was proved unable to communicate to the public what Boeing was doing. The one that got away at Boeing, though, is really Alan Mulally, who could have been the choice for CEO, even going back to the early 2000s. And instead, he went to Ford and turned around Ford.
Wow.
All right. So what do you think needs to be done? Because, it's interesting. If indeed United somehow, changes where it wants to buy its planes, I mean, that would be a huge loss, right? And a huge sign to Boeing and really the overall industry.
It would. Boeing is hanging on to its now 40% share of the narrow-body market, and that's a complete turnaround from when I started covering Boeing in the late 90s, and it was an icon. It could seemingly do no wrong. It had 60% of the narrow-body market, and it gradually sort of followed the same path as Donald Douglas, and that path was failing to invest in new aircraft, in modern technology. And the way forward for Boeing is to invest, is to believe in commercial aircraft. And the 737 is failing the marketplace, not only because of the quality problems, but because the A320 simply has more modern avionics. It has a more modern crew alert system, and buyers ultimately see that. But Boeing is protected in some ways because there are only two manufacturers, and Airbus's production slots are essentially sold out. But as you're describing, it's still finding ways to maneuver around that.
Peter, going back to what I asked is like, does Boeing need to be nationalized? Because it is the largest exporter, right, for the United States. This is an important company.
Huge defense contractor.
Huge defense contractor. Just got about 30, 40 seconds left. Is there some role that the government needs to play? I mean, it kind of turns capitalism, upside down, but I'm just wondering.
I couldn't say whether Boeing itself needs to be nationalized, but what is true in this case is that the FAA is taking a much more active role in overseeing Boeing, even to the point of limiting the production expansion that Boeing plans. And that you could say is a form of nationalism in that the regulator is telling Boeing it cannot expand unless it's satisfied that it will do so in a safe manner.
Yeah, it's really fascinating after, so many years of just trying to get the 737 MAX, back in, operation, and then to kind of come out and look like things were getting better. And then to find themselves here is just kind of staggering. Yeah. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Peter, really great. We've been hoping to get some time with you and so appreciate it. So thank you, and have a great weekend. Bloomberg News Projects and Investigations reporter Peter Robinson joining us from our Seattle bureau.
And check out his book, Flying Blind, the 737 MAX Tragedy in the Fall of Boeing. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Well, the jury has reportedly reached a decision in the penalty phase of former President Trump's civil defamation trial. The verdict will apparently be read soon. Trump walked out of the courtroom earlier as writer E. Jean Carroll's attorney began her closing arguments, but returned when she was finished. A jury found him liable last year, sexually abusing Carroll in a department store dressing room back in the 90s, and then repeatedly calling her a liar when she spoke out. This jury is determining how much he should pay the writer, if anything. A fuel tanker is burning in the Red Sea after being hit by a missile strike. Bloomberg's Scaly Lines reports the ship is owned by trading giant Trafigura Group and was carrying Russian oil.
This is the most significant attack against an oil energy carrying vessel we have seen so far just with this conflict in the Red Sea. The Houthis have claimed responsibility for attacking this vessel. And of course, this is just one of many attacks we have seen really since November when they began these attacks on commercial vessels.
Bloomberg's Kayleigh Lyons reporting the Houthis have launched nearly daily attacks on vessels transiting the waterway in an act of solidarity with Palestinians amid war between Israel and the militant group Hamas. Well, the International Court of Justice is demanding Israel take steps to prevent acts that some see as genocide against Palestinians. But it did stop short of ordering an immediate ceasefire. The preliminary ruling was not well received by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Israel has an inherent right to defend itself. The vile attempt to deny Israel this fundamental right is blatant discrimination against the Jewish state, and it was justly rejected.
Netanyahu says it's Hamas that's a genocidal terror organization. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
60 up 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 55, a decline there of 0.4%. 10-year yield 4.13% with a 2-year 4.35%. Spot gold down $2 the ounce to 2018, drop there of 0.2%. Crude up 0.9%, 78.08 a barrel. So a mixed Friday. As for the overall market backdrop, Vance Howard is the CEO at Howard Capital Management. And right here on Bloomberg Business Week, he told us he would like to see some froth come out of the market. And when it does, he'll be buying on the dip.
All pullbacks as we see it right now, as long as the trend's up, are viable. So, any of this froth that wants to work its way off, and a little bit of sell-offs here and some market stocks that are selling off more than others, really need to take a look at those, because those are going to be some really great opportunities in 2024. I'm very bullish on 2024.
And you can hear the full interview on the Bloomberg Business Week podcast. 10-year 4.13%, spot gold down $2.50 the ounce. Crude West Texas Intermediate up 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much, Charlie. Just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, the punitive damages, the damages coming down in the defamation case against former President Donald Trump, and it is determining that he must pay $83.3 million for defaming E. Jean Carroll. The jury determining that those damages in total. Remember, the New York writer E. Jean Carroll defaming her when he denied her claim that he'd sexually assaulted her in a Manhattan department store. That was back in 1996. But that is the big headline. The former president being determined that he must pay $83.3 million for defaming E. Jean Carroll.
The award was handed down Friday in a Manhattan federal court after a trial that spanned 2 weeks. Carroll testified that Trump shattered her reputation and put her life at risk when he falsely claimed the assault never took place. which unleashed waves of online abuse and threats by his followers. It was a panel of 7 men and 2 women. They deliberated for about 3 hours after hearing from several witnesses, including Trump and Carroll. The award, as you mentioned, Carroll, includes $18.3 million in compensation for harm caused to Carroll's reputation, plus $65 million in punitive damages from statements that Trump made while in the White House.
All right, so $18.3 million in compensatory damages, 65 million in punitive. That's a total of $83.3 million for defaming E. Jean Carroll. Again, this just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The former president returned to court after about 45 minutes to hear a closing argument from his own lawyer, but his absence was a jarring start to the final day of this trial. Jurors have began deliberating to determine how much, if anything, that he would pay. But again, we're getting the big headline coming down. Again, just to confirm, $83.3 million that the former president Donald Trump must pay for defaming E. Jean Carroll.
I want to bring in Jody Schneider from Bloomberg News, Bloomberg Politics down in Washington, D.C. Jody, good to have you with us this afternoon. Your reaction to seeing just what I think many would agree is a huge amount of money that the former president must pay former Elle magazine columnist E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, it is. It's more than we had anticipated. $83.3 million is a lot of money. It has been a long kind of process here. Obviously, this was only the penalty phase, but the former president did show up and showed up regularly, even though he didn't have to in court here. And he tried to make this sort of a part of his campaign, actually, in a way, by saying that he has been targeted. He didn't know her. Even though this was only the penalties, he was very concerned about the image of this and tried to also make it part of his argument, as in other cases in which he's charged. This was separate from them, but that he was being targeted, he was being victimized. This is something that he has kind of gone from the campaign trail to the courthouse about. Question will be, will this matter to voters? It hasn't seemed to so far, but it's another headline from another courthouse involving the former president.
All right, just the headline. A New York jury finding Donald Trump must pay $83.3 million to former Elle magazine columnist E. Jean Carroll for defaming her when he denied he sexually assaulted her. It is the latest legal setback for the former president as he campaigns to return to the White House. Keep in mind that this jury, right, they could have determined that he didn't need to pay anything. So they ultimately went with a pretty high figure. I'm not a lawyer, but it feels like a lot of money. We want to bring in Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Zano. She's here in our studio. Jeannie, there's a legal side to this story in terms of the judgment, how big it is. There's the political side of it. When you hear this news, what's top of mind for you right now?
You know, what's top of mind is how strange this is. I was just in Manchester, New Hampshire with so many people from Bloomberg, and Donald Trump had an enormous victory in the Republican primary, so much so that the RNC considered making him the presumptive nominee after the 2 races in Iowa and New Hampshire.
Skipping the process.
Skipping the other 48 states. And this is the same man who hours later, I mean, literally hours later, got a judgment against him for libel and sexual assault in the over $80 million range. So, you know, if you had asked me, quite frankly, a year ago, if we'd ever be sitting here having this conversation, the answer would be absolutely not. I agree completely with Jody. It is higher number than I think many of us thought. But just my first reaction as a political scientist is this man is very close to the White House at this point, and he is also convicted. And oh, by the way, this is just one of many court cases he's facing.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Jeannie. Hey, I want to bring Jody Schneider back in here. She's Bloomberg political news director. Jody, what do you make of what Jeannie said? It really struck me because, you know, at a certain point you have, you know, the former president paying $83.3 million. That's on one hand, or being forced to pay that, being told he has to pay that. On the other hand, you have somebody who won overwhelmingly in the first in the nation primary earlier this week in New Hampshire. What is the political implication of this? Does it make voters think differently about electing Trump to a second term?
It's a really interesting, fascinating split screen, certainly, and we've never been in quite a situation like this before, have we? But that's the question. Voters to this point have seemed to almost take it in stride that the president has been on the campaign trail and in the courtroom. But a number of them, and in polling, have said that if he was convicted of a crime, that they would have to think twice about voting for him. And particularly when asked in some of these cases, the one involving the classified documents, involving election interference in Georgia, involving the January 6th issues, the case that's going to come up in D.C., those give people pause if he was to be convicted in those. I haven't seen much polling around this in particular, but certainly it is part of his legal troubles, and it is something that concerns some people. The base, will it matter to the base? Probably not. They've already said that they are, standing by Donald Trump. The other thing is Donald Trump is very, very good at using moments like these to make his case that he has been victimized by the system, and that they are just trying to stop him from running for president.
One thing that I'm curious about, so $83.3 million that this New York jury has found that he has to pay for defaming E. Jean Carroll. Those are the damages. Jeannie, what do we know about, I'm curious about his base, how they would feel if political donations go to pay for this. Can that happen? I have no idea about the law and the rules of whether or not that he can use politically donated money to pay for this.
Well, his political donations so far, a lot of them have gone to, now I'm not saying specifically to pay off a debt like this, but for legal reasons, for lawyers and others, witnesses, not witnesses, but people that are hired witnesses. So he has used money in the past. He has raised an awful lot of money off of these court cases. Right. In fact, he has probably, and I don't have the details on this, but arguably spent as much time in a courtroom now as he has on the campaign trail, not even campaigning as a traditional candidate, but going back and forth from court cases. So it has been a fundraising juggernaut for him so far.
Trump, the former president, Donald Trump, facing, I believe, still 91 felony charges, 4 separate cases ranging from conspiracy to defraud the U.S. in his efforts to overturn the 2020 election loss, to falsifying business records to cover up hush money paid to an adult film actress. There's a lot still going on. I want to bring in Bloomberg legal reporter Eric Larson, because lots of questions, Eric, but I do want...
Create a polished video using nothing but your laptop with Wistia. Record your webcam and computer screen at the same time. You can choose between different layouts, edit your video like a Word doc, add free background music, and easily share it with the world. Make your next awesome video with Wistia.
Money makes the world go round and round and round and round. Crypto makes the world fall. A more open, inclusive, transparent system for everyone.
One way or the other on that.
Hey, Eric, is this something that...
Well, there'll definitely be an appeal. I'm sure he will appeal this. You might recall that there was a related trial last year between these same parties in which a different federal jury found Trump liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, which of course is the underlying issue here. And they awarded her $5 million in damages in that case. And Trump has appealed, but he also put up actually $5.5 million to the court to hold while he appeals. So I would imagine that it's the same court, federal court in Manhattan. They'll probably end up doing something along the same lines, because once you are hit with an award like that, you do have to sort of put it up. It may not go to Carroll right away, but he's going to have to put that money up.
Jody, you're still here with us. I am curious, the longer this stuff goes on, the longer he has to appeal or fight. Again, does that play anything into his, political strength going forward, or does it doesn't have...
underlying issue here. And they awarded her $5 million in damages in that case. And Trump has appealed, but he also put up actually $5.5 million to the court to hold while he appeals. So I would imagine that it's the same federal court in Manhattan. They'll probably end up doing something along the same lines, because once you are hit with an award like that, you do have to sort of put it up. It may not go to Carroll right away, but he's going to have to put that money up.
Jody, you're still here with us. I am curious, the longer this stuff goes on, the longer he has to appeal or fight. Again, does that play anything into his, political strength going forward, or does it help him the more he has to fight stuff? Or I'm just curious in terms of how this plays out leading up to November.
So far, and it may seem to, defy logic, but so far, his legal troubles have not seemed to hurt him, and among certainly some of his base, but maybe even among other Republican voters who want to see change in the system, he has actually been able to use this as a tool for fighting Joe Biden, saying Joe Biden's Justice Department is behind this. He wasn't able to say that in this case, but he has been very effective at using this as a campaign issue. And we will have to see, though. I think at some point there may be some fatigue with this, and people may be saying, do we want to have as president somebody who has spent more time in the courtroom this year than campaigning?
Well, that's what I want to ask Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, who's still with us as well. Jeannie, maybe it doesn't deter his base, but primaries are won thanks to bases. General elections are not won thanks to the base. The general election in the U.S. over the past few decades, what candidates have shown that they need to do is reach across party lines to a certain extent and get independents and get moderates and, dare I say, to use a cliche, suburban women. And that's what I think about in this case. Does this make suburban women not want to vote for President Trump?
It should. And I would just qualify that by saying we are really in uncharted territory. So, I think when I look at this, if this is a two-person race, Donald Trump versus arguably Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee, it should, in a close election, go Biden's way, given the issues you're talking about. That said, the polls that Jody mentioned before, where we see people saying, if he's convicted, I'll think twice about supporting him. I have to tell you, we don't know. Does that mean if they think he's convicted of something he was innocent for, or convicted of something he's guilty for? Because it changes the equation. And we have nothing, academically research-based to go on, because of course we've never had a soon-to-be presidential primary nominee potentially facing something like this. And so we think it'll go that way. We don't know. The other thing to watch is a third party. His base sticks with him. A third party, an independent, comes in. Okay. Is that enough to throw an election? So many unknowns here.
Hey, folks, hang on for a second. We do have a live shot for those who are watching on YouTube and on our streaming service. E. Jean Carroll, the Elle Magazine columnist, just walking out of the courtroom in New York City. A lot of smiles, obviously surrounded, I would assume, by her legal team and other members of her team. Again, the headline at this hour, yes, a lot of smiles. It's been going on for a while. She went public in June 2019 with her claim that Donald Trump raped her in a dressing room of a Manhattan department store in 1996. She sued him after he issued statements claiming he'd never met her and falsely accused her of fabricating the assault to sell a book and advance a political agenda. Last year, she won a separate civil trial in which a jury found Trump 77 liable for sexual assault. Her age is 80. He is 77. It's just, part of the story and just giving you some more facts. But nonetheless, a big crowd down there in New York City, downtown New York.
Once again, E. Jean Carroll walking out of the courtroom into a waiting SUV. For those watching on YouTube, could see those images. Jody Schneider, I want to bring you back in here. Bloomberg political news director, joining us from Washington, D.C. Talk to us about your thoughts when it comes to not necessarily moving the needle when it comes to the base, but the question that I asked Jeannie earlier about the folks who matter in a general election once the former president, is the nominee or the presumptive nominee.
Yeah, and you're right. That's what this election is going to come down to. It's going to come down to 7 swing states and who turns out to vote for president in those swing states effectively. And so everyone is going to be appealing to everyone in those swing states. You accept that you get your base, and then it's, can you turn out others? Can you turn out independent voters? And that's going to be a real question for the former president. Is he going to be able to get anyone besides his base? And how much do things like verdicts like this turn off independent voters? And I assume that's something his team is talking about and perhaps worried about.
All right, so focal point here next is it, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be curious to see, you know, we keep hearing about polls. One of the things I wanted to ask both of you, Jeannie, let me ask you first. We were fooled by polls before. I keep hearing people say, you know, you got to be careful about this. How are you, as somebody who's seen different political cycles, you know, have to kind of pull in what the polls are saying versus the actuality of how it all plays out? What polls are you watching, or do you think we have to be smart that doesn't always show how people are going to ultimately end up and vote in November?
It doesn't always show. It's going to give you a snapshot of a moment, and I think we have to take them in compilation. So we look at the broad compilation of public polling that we have faith in and that have scored well in the past, understanding that they too are in this uncharted territory, because just like the pollsters, the voters themselves have never been asked to vote for president, somebody who has faced these charges, who has been found guilty, who has faced these kind of penalties, and people change their mind. I remind people, a year ago today, Ron DeSantis was leading the polls. Now it is Donald Trump on the Republican side. So things change. It is a long time to November.
Go back a few years, and if you said that we'd be in this scenario, we would be like, no, there's no way a president or a candidate could run. Jeannie, we know you've got a busy day still ahead. So Jeannie Shen Zeno joining us here, of course, Bloomberg News political contributor. I want to go back downtown. We've got Eric Larson, our Bloomberg legal reporter, who's outside the courthouse. Just describe the scene for us, Eric, if you could.
Sure. I'm actually inside the courthouse, although I did look out the window and see the crowd as E. Jean Carroll and her lawyer were getting into that SUV. So there's a massive crowd here, more than has been here throughout the trial. So the courtroom's empty, though, and the courtroom will be closing soon for the weekend.
But relief on her face, smiles. We saw the video. She obviously must be pleased. We know the legal process isn't over, but she must be.
For sure, yes. I mean, this is definitely a good outcome for her. She had requested $12 million in compensatory damages for her reputation. She got more than that, and they didn't specify how much punitive damages they wanted, but she got $65 million, which is, of course, a huge amount. So I think the evidence that they showed the jury regarding Trump's immense wealth, as well as his continued defamatory statements about her, criticizing her constantly on social media and on TV. Clips of those were played for the jury, showing that he continued to attack her even just this month. So I think that had a real impact on the jury, and they decided to really punish this defendant over the conduct.
Eric, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really thank you for joining us this afternoon, early evening. Eric Larson, Bloomberg News legal reporter, joining us from the courthouse. Once again, a New York jury found Donald Trump must pay $83.3 million to former Elle magazine columnist E. Jean Carroll for defaming her when he denied he sexually assaulted her. Also, a big thank you to Jody Schneider.
Yeah, great team coverage. That'll do it for Tim and me. Have a good and safe weekend. Balance of Power continuing our coverage on this. That's coming up next.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV audiences and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power alongside Kaylee Lyons. I'm Joe Massey.
$83 million. That's how much a jury says former President Trump must pay E. Jean Carroll for defaming her. We'll have more on that and his other legal challenges with law professor Rebecca Royfee.
Dead on arrival. That's how House Speaker Mike Johnson describes a potential border deal coming from the Senate that would unlock aid for Ukraine as Donald Trump, meantime, works to squash an agreement.
And an oil tanker is on fire after being struck by Houthi missiles off the coast of Yemen. Former Representative Jane Harman of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy will be with us for more on the Middle East. But Joe, we have to begin with the breaking news we got just minutes ago. $83 million is what a New York jury has ordered Trump to pay E. Jean Carroll. Of course, he had already been found liable for sexual assault and defaming her. Now we know how much he has to pay for it. And in short order, a response from the former president on True Social. He says, absolutely ridiculous. I fully disagree with both verdicts and will be appealing this whole Biden-directed witch hunt focused on me and the Republican Party.
Cue the retribution tour. I have to admit that's actually pretty tame for some of the stuff that we've seen on Truth Social, his commentary about E. Jean Carroll and about the judge. You wonder if he wrote that himself, Kaylee, because this is a story that's going to follow him on the campaign trail, along with, as we know, 4 indictments in federal court.
Absolutely. So that is one of the many stories we have to cover this evening. And joining us to do so are Bloomberg's Gregory Cordy, Jennifer Deluey, and Enda Curran. So Gregory, let's begin with you as you focus on 2024 and President Trump's myriad legal issues do have a major factor in this election cycle. He's been found liable for sexual assault, for defamation. He has to pay $83 million as a result. And yet the net effect of this may very well be it boosts him in this primary contest.
We've seen this movie before, right? Famously, just before the 2016 election, the famous Access Hollywood tape, which made a blip in the news cycle in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't seem to influence his support in the polls. $83 million, though, is a lot of money. And we are now in an election year, and people are starting to pay attention to things that maybe they hadn't been paid attention to before. He's been adjudicated in civil court as guilty of sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll. That's not nothing. And now a second jury now has determined that he defamed her as well to the tune of $83 million. He will appeal. It's very possible that amount can come down. Appeals courts are often very skeptical of the punitive damages, which is a big part of this, $65 million worth of it. And so there's a lot more to litigate. But as Trump is in court, in civil court and criminal court, all over courtrooms, he's not on the campaign trail. He didn't do a fundraiser in Arizona this week because he was in court fighting this case. And he's spending tons of money in legal bills out of his campaign funds to fight these kinds of cases that he could be using for attack ads in battleground states.
I wonder how long he can actually campaign from a courtroom. So far, he's been pretty successful at doing that. But we do remember, and to your point, that libel ruling was already out there some time ago. Does the dollar figure change anything for him politically?
It's certainly a headline-grabbing number. He was liable for $5 million in damages in the previous case. $83 million is something that might get people's attention. And I don't know if it's as much about the money as it is just the cumulative effect of these verdicts and these trials over the course of the next year. And if you're a Republican, you got to be thinking, okay, like, does this damage his electability? So far, it has. It's only bolstered his support among Republicans. Independent voters will just have to wait and see in November.
Gregory Cordy, we thank you for being with us on the breaking news this evening. Meantime, the White House announcing new restrictions for the energy sector. National Climate Advisor Ali Zaidi speaking to reporters earlier today.
The Biden-Harris administration is announcing a pause on pending applications to export liquefied natural gas to non-free trade agreement countries from here in the United States. The department's pause will remain in effect until the agency updates key economic and environmental analyses.
Driving our coverage on this today, Bloomberg's Jennifer Deluey with us in studio in Washington. Jennifer, we've seen reviews like this before. Why does it have to come with a pause?
Well, it doesn't, and that's certainly an argument that we're hearing from the oil industry and its allies on Capitol Hill. In 2012, Obama undertook a very similar study, came with a 2-year pause. It was before the election, but subsequent analysis has been done concurrent with reviews. Here, of course, this could take us well past the November election, and for some advocates of the president, that's an attribute. This is a tough issue for the president. It really drives a wedge with climate activists. These approvals were fiercely fought, and they were demanding an end to them. And obviously, putting these decisions off until after November eases some of that friction before election day.
On one side, sure. On the other side, maybe not so much. We've certainly seen some pretty harsh responses from members of Congress. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has said this is outrageous, and even a Democratic Senator, Joe Manchin, Manchin of West Virginia, who chairs the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, says he's going to investigate this. And if he finds this really is mostly politically motivated, he'll do everything he can to stop this pause from taking place. How contentious could this be moving forward?
Oh, we're only seeing the start of it. I mean, this is already a fierce fight on the Hill, where Republicans are going to be looking for every avenue to stop it, and they will have help from allies potentially like Democrat Joe Manchin, as well as some other vulnerable Democrats. There's obviously going to be an attempt to affect this through the debate and on a deal on immigration and spending. That's a possibility that there could be some legislation to intervene and stop this pause moving through that process. We're also hearing quite a lot from the Hill about what this means for European allies, and there's a real effort to ensure that European leaders make their voices heard and get a little bit more active in complaining about this.
Yeah, the U.S. is providing a lot of LNG to Europe because Europe had to cut off the Russian flow. Jennifer DeLuey, thank you so much for your terrific reporting on this. Now, turning to the wider issue of the U.S. economy, and certainly energy prices do play a factor. U.S. Deputy Treasury Secretary Wale Adeyemo says the economy is in better shape than that of any other major country in the world, but added there's still more work to be done.
We know that there's more that we need to do in terms of trying to make sure that we put more money in the pockets of the middle class in America, and that's exactly what the President and Secretary committed to doing. We're not declaring victory, rather we're saying we've made progress, and we think we're going to continue to make that progress going forward.
And joining us now is Bloomberg's Enda Curran. And Enda, speaking of progress being made going forward, we got some economic data today that arguably was pretty good news for the administration. Personal spending doing pretty well, and the Fed's preferred inflation gauge going in the right direction, which is down.
Yeah, it's been a very strong week in terms of economic data, Kaylee. As you mentioned, the core inflation numbers coming in there at the slowest in 3 years. You had the strongest back-to-back monthly performance for consumer spending in a year. Of course, that comes a few days after we had the blowout GDP data earlier this week. But all of that is kind of in the rearview mirror now, confirming that last year was obviously a great year for the economy, but it's also probably as good as it gets. We've already had a noticeable tick up in the number of layoffs being announced in different sectors of the economy throughout the month of January. We'll get new jobs data next week, which of course will shed light on just how strong the jobs market is or isn't. But while there's a feeling that things obviously are in a good space right now, you'd have to say the soft landing camp is in control. There are certainly pockets of weakness that some economists are keeping a close eye on as well.
You see, this is as good as it gets. And if you're the White House, though, why not take victory for the soft landing? Isn't this it?
Well, this is one of the views that's out there, and especially when it comes, by the way, to the debate over the Federal Reserve. Look, one camp is arguing, take the win, call it a soft landing, and start bringing down interest rates. They don't have to be where they are. But of course, there's a cautionary tale on the other side of that, both for the administration and, of course, the Fed. Nobody wants to declare a victory only to see inflation return with a vengeance. There are some worry spots out there. Keep an eye on what's going on with the Red Sea and how that impacts both energy costs, shipping costs, and eventually how that flows through to the cost of goods on the counter. Again, things are in a much better place right now than many would have thought even a year ago, but there's a fair degree of caution, I think, around declaring mission accomplished.
All right, our thanks to Bloomberg's Enda Curran. Thanks for the insights and reporting. They come in oil tanker now in the Sea of Aden south of Yemen today. We'll discuss with former Congresswoman Jane Harman, chair of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy, next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. Attacks by Houthi rebels in Yemen appear to have escalated, with an oil ship now being struck by missiles today in the Gulf of Aden. We're joined now by Jane Harman, chair of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy and former Congresswoman from California. Jane, we have a few things we'd like to talk to you about, but I wonder your thoughts on what is happening here with a ship on fire. Clearly, the 8, I believe, strikes conducted by the U.S., some of which we shared with the U.K., are not stopping Houthi rebels. What can we do here without escalating a very tense situation in the Middle East?
Well, this story is rich. As I understand it, the tanker is Russian-owned. Oops.
Yeah.
I don't think the Houthis meant to do that. And it's quite amusing that the U.S. is trying to prevent tankers, maybe even including Russian tankers, from being hit by this terror group funded and trained by Iran. What can we do? We can just hit the targets, and we're pretty good at this, where the missiles are coming from. That's what we should be doing. This is international water, and we are protecting shipping in the Middle East, and it's the proper role of the United States. And sadly, Iran is continuing its mischief along various borders of Israel, and now also obviously in the Red Sea and near Aden. So I applaud the Biden administration for doing the right thing.
Well, Jane, it's interesting to hear you describe this essentially as an accident, an oops, if you will, except this is an oops with incredibly high stakes. Is that not really the biggest risk with how tense things are in the Middle East right now, is a miscalculation or an accident that turns into something much more severe?
I think that has been a huge risk from the beginning. But I think it's a good thing that Bill Burns is headed over there, hopefully to try for the return of some prisoners. All would be a good number, and a pause, at least a pause in the military strikes in Gaza. I don't see an end game in this direction that makes any sense to me. The goal is to tamp this down, and I'm strongly for, and I think the Biden administration is too, a path, not immediately, but a path to 2 states, not to reward Hamas. Hamas should not be part of any new government, or certainly not a lead role in any new government in the Palestinian Authority, if there is one, and Gaza, those combined. It should not be. But I think Israel's security will be far more secured by a deal where there's de-weaponization of the entire of the entirety of Gaza, plus good governance that leads to 2 states living side by side in peace.
Yeah, we're dealing with obviously a couple of situations here, but one debate in Washington over the border would impact the situation in both Israel as well as Ukraine. Jane, we can get into the border dispute, but it looks like it's on ice for right now. The Speaker of the House says it's DOA, and we've been talking about what Ukraine would look like if the money, in fact, were cut off. And I asked Melinda Herring of the Atlantic Council about that earlier today on Bloomberg. Here's what she said.
If we do not provide this assistance, Ukraine is going to lose, and it is going to be our fault, and it is going to threaten Western security for the next 50 years. Could NATO get drawn in? Absolutely. Putin's plan is to reconstitute his forces, and he may go after a NATO member next. Does that automatically pull the U.S. in? It does not automatically pull it in, but under the Article 5 guarantee, if a NATO member were hit, they would have to have a discussion, and they would likely defend that territory. So it would involve the United States.
Can you put a finer point on that, Jane Harman? What will happen to Ukraine in the weeks and months that follow money being cut off from the United States?
Well, let me make several points on that. First of all, it's essential that we provide the funds. We have pledged the aid. We need to follow through. The U.S. cannot get a reputation, which it sort of got after we left Afghanistan, that it walks away from pledges that it makes. This would be very bad. Secondly, Europe is hesitating because we're hesitating. So there's more money at stake urgently that Ukraine needs. My recommendation would be to do what has been recommended by Lawrence Tribe, Harvard Law School professor, and I think he's right, which is to use the frozen funds from Russian assets right now, which I think Biden has the authority to do. George H.W. Bush did this when there was the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. He was able to freeze funds and then use them for this purpose. Use those funds for the moment as a stopgap to give the money to Ukraine. It's ridiculous that Congress is not acting. A majority of Congress favors the aid. A majority of Congress also favors doing something about the border. And wouldn't it be sad if before he is elected, before he's even the nominee, what Donald Trump tells Congress to do is what Congress does instead of what it has been prepared to do. It's a separate branch of government, and what a majority of voters in the country want it to do.
Yeah, and that's something we've been exploring over the last several days, is the kind of pressure the former president could be exerting on Congress to not do a deal like this. But something you hear raised in Congress often, Jane, is the idea that there is no plan that the Ukrainians have or that U.S. authorities have shared to actually win the war, bring about an end to a war, and that what a lot of them want is that kind of game plan. We're now almost 2 years into this thing, Jane. Is there really any chance of it coming to a conclusion soon?
Oh, well, I certainly hope so. The goal would be to give Ukraine the momentum and to have maybe a negotiation with Russia about an end game when Ukraine is at its strongest. That's understand. Russia has not abided by ceasefires or pledges. In 1994, Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons in exchange for a promise by the world, including Russia, to respect its sovereignty. Russia is also a member, they both are, of the United Nations, and the prime tenet there is to respect the sovereignty of other countries. So Russia doesn't play by any rules. And wouldn't it be ridiculous to let Russia win now when Ukraine has been fighting its heart out, as you said, as your reporter said, to protect the West and to avoid getting the UN, the US, and other NATO countries involved in war with Russia? That's a much worse outcome. So I think that aid now, what Ukraine needs, I have recently been in Europe and I also saw the Ukrainians in Davos. What they need is long-range fires, long-range weapons that they can shoot into Crimea, which is part of Ukraine, occupied by Russia, but part of Ukraine, to take out the Russian installations that are used to lob the missiles into the other parts of Ukraine. This could be easy to do. Lots of that long-range fire is in Europe. I mean, part of the aid that we get in the U.S. gives our defense industrial base in the U.S. the money to backstop weapons that are in other places. And those are the weapons that go into Ukraine. So our defense industrial base makes money on this aid. I mean, this is a craziness. And I understand that it's somewhere in Europe. There are long-range fires that could actually be targeted at the Kerch Bridge. That's the landline between Russia and Crimea, that some of the U.S. weapons, the long-range attack them, are not able to take up, but when a block.
All right, former Congresswoman Jane Harman, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Now, coming up, we'll get more on the economic take from the White House with Heather Boucher of the Council of Economic Advisors. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
3, hit it. I got my Web3 dictionary. Love to learn about the metaverse, NFTs and Bitcoin. Wearable. I've got my NFTs piled to the sky, and we're giving back to the world. Don't deny. Everybody's got what?